Hello. It's that time of day again. A little bit later than that time of day, actually. But I'm back. I am going to attempt once again to try to untangle this mess that I have made for myself in an inventory system that I just decided to throw together during the last game jam. And now I'm attempting to spruce it up, and I realize, uh-oh, everything sucks. So one of the things that I thought might help me out would be to draw out functionally the connections between, or at least make a list, have some sort of visual reference that I can use to determine what situations I need to have things be removed from the inventory, what situations I need to have things be highlighted while they're in the inventory. There's a little selection border that I have. And I don't know if I think there might be a situation where sometimes I need to remove that border, but I don't need to logically remove the item that's in the space. There's a lot going on. Hopefully if I can map it out, it'll make a little bit more sense. So let me grab the tablet. And I know I've got Godot open right now, but I will need Clip Studio here in a second, so that I can sort of map these things out. I think at some point in time, I will just need to start over. It would be easier to start over. This is sort of my, I want to find out what went wrong, specifically in what I did. Oh, why are these breakpointed? Breakpoint. Anyway, so we have this whole system here. Click on this, it gets the border. You click it again, the border goes away. So I want to map out like all the situations on when these pieces change states. When should they do what? And in reference to all of these objects too. I will need to determine that as well. So I'm probably going to start with a space. Just say we have an inventory space. When should the inventory space have selections? When should that border appear? When should it actually be able to be selected logically? Like, when is this is the current selected space, which has this object in it, this item in it rather, the shears. So I need to determine all the situations in which that is possible to do. And then I need to determine when should it be deselected. If I use this on an object, it should probably be deselected. All objects. And then hopefully, the end of all of this, the plan is to match a pattern here that I can say, alright, well, I've definitely got some code that's in the wrong spot structurally. I need to move that code to somewhere else, and hopefully that will be the tugs on the right strings to untangle this knot that I have made. Like, looking at the amount of code that I'm looking at, it doesn't seem like it's a very hard knot to untangle, but for some reason I just can't see the full picture. Let's pull up Clip Studio. That's the big spiel, the large explanation. Get rid of some windows here real quick. Okay, I think that's enough. So. Let's do some, hopefully, revealing detective work. Let's do 5. Yeah, it's fine. PP. It's not that big, I don't think. Yeah, that's pretty decent. All right, so we have our inventory space. Let me not do that, actually. Let's move this to the center. I've got a feeling this is going to be big. Selection border removed, object deselection logically, and removing the actual inventory item. Let's see if that's enough. These are situations where we remove the selection border. This set will be situations in which we deselect remove global selected object info, we'll call it. And the last one is remove item from inventory space. Woof. Hopefully I can actually make it through some of this today. I dread sitting down for this problem every day. That's fine. Is it raining? No, but it certainly looks like it could. Huh. I didn't even know we were supposed to get rain today. I haven't been outside in days. Alright. So what situations would I be in? Would the code be in? Ooh, oh, they released Godot Wild Jam 75. Reflections is the theme. An interesting choice. Where's my code? Oh, right, it's... I keep forgetting it's in Godot. That's weird. So, remove a selection border. In what situations do we want to remove a selection border? Let's pull the game up itself. So I know one situation is I want it to be removed when I click on a currently selected item. That to remove the selection. If we use an item on an object that it's not supposed to be used on, and the goal here is that I'm going to tackle these one at a time. The plan here is that I'm going to tackle these one at a time. It's columns. And then some of these should be the same bullet points, but there might be a few where they are not. And those are the ones that I want to find. And if there aren't any that are different, then I need to go back into my code and figure out why some of these situations that I don't have are occurring. Item on an object that cannot use that. Heh. Ugh. Alternatively, I'm going to detail out using an item on an object using an item with using an item's last use on an object. That can use it. Using an item with more uses remaining. on an object that can use it. Use it. Ba 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 ba. Because one of the big confusion points that I have right now in my code is that what just happened there was that in the order of operations for everything here, the key that I was using only has one use. It's supposed to be used on that toolbox. When you use it on that toolbox, it removes the key, and then it replaces it with the crowbar or the pry bar, because it attempts to find the topmost empty inventory space in order to put something there. It automatically sorts that. Whatever the topmost empty, or the topmost inventory space without an item in it is where it puts it. So it removes the item from here, it performs the deselect, and then it adds the new item in. I think the only situation so far where my logic doesn't work is the doll itself. And that's because the doll has multiple interactions that need to be performed with it. I think it's the only object that you have to use more than one item on. And for the most part, I think it works. I think there are a few situations where some of the logic trips up and it doesn't actually remove an item from the inventory, though. So that one was fine. That was the first time I tried that route, actually, with the new logic. The main problem, I think it's just an edge case now that I look at it. One of the big problems is that if you do all three of those at the same time, it breaks. But I think for the most part, it does work. So if I bup, and then I needle and thread, the needle and thread stays in the inventory. Also, the fact that you can select these things. So I guess technically it mostly works, which is good, but I think it's also really poorly organized, which is why I want to try to reorganize it. Because there's a function I know that performs the I think it's just like a complete deselect, like it removes the item from the global, but it doesn't feel like it should do that. Which is one of the things I'm trying to decipher. Like, if that needs to actually be in there, maybe I can move it to something else. Because the one that has it is update inventory visuals, which performs a full deselect of the item. Also, a bit of a redundancy, which I have to figure out how to get around to. I don't have to. I really, really want to, though. Is that this function has to select the global current selected inventory space because this function is inside of the inventory space script. So, the way that this is supposed to work is that this is the inventory space that is currently active, basically deselecting itself. But in order to perform the deselection, it has to go call the global. And then it does run a function within the global that sets the global to null. It sets the current selected inventory space to null. So it's not actually performing the set itself. It is telling the globals, hey, I need to be reset, basically. But it's just kind of silly to me that I have to go get the global current selected variable in order to perform a function that resets the global selected variable. Why don't I just do it? But that's like one situation, and it's more of a semantics thing of like which thing should control what. Organization is a huge thing that I need to work on, so as painful of a process as it is, I think it will be good. I also really want to rewrite this. There we go. Removing the border. Anywhere else that I wanted it to happen? I guess I could specify... the removal of an item from the inventory. Technically, that's this one. Because once you use an item that is on its last use, it will then be removed from the inventory space. It doesn't actually go by use counts or anything like that, or it doesn't have any logic internally inside the item yet that checks what it's been used on. Currently it's just booleans that I have set up inside of the inventory to see if another item is already open, or if another object in the scene is already open, basically. It needs a different structure, but I wanted to get it working like it is first, and then I'll implement that structure. You know, one problem at a time. But I don't know if there would technically be a situation in which I would need to remove an item without it being used on an object. I don't think there would be. But should there be, it would make sense to have that situation prepared for, in my opinion. I could use that as a point-and-click system later. Something to expand upon, you know? Sorry. Whoa. Oh, now I have an eyelash in my eye. That's good. Okay, well, wherever it is, it's gone now. I'll put the little note down here. I could actually... Here, what if I add it as a sub bullet to that one? That doesn't make any sense, though. Honestly, it feels like that should be replaced by this. Removing the item from the currently selected inventory space. If I strike this through. Ha! No. Technically, I guess, for the most part, it works. Also, hello, Stumpy. For the most part, it works. It's just there's these few situations. The big situation that I'm noticing is the one at the very end where if you use everything, it just doesn't remove the last thing from the queue. But then there's also those few bugs that I think I've seen, but I haven't really reproduced. I think I did reproduce one of them. That was it. So now I'm going through and marking the situations in which I need to perform these actions. Or well, these actions. And then I'm going to check. I'm going to compare them and see where the overlaps are and where the distinct situations are, so that I can maybe set up a little bit of a better structure. I think it's pretty close to what it should be. There's like 1 or 2 points that I've got to fix though, and I can't find them. I gotta snipe them. Oh, wait, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted the other one. This one. Snipe! Yeah, so like in this situation, I did all the repairs and then I used the thread. And it has a hiccup where, given every other situation that I do it, it works out fine. But in this one, it doesn't. Where it doesn't remove the item. Because what happens is it runs 3 other functions and then it performs a deselect first because it reaches the end of the first item. Technically, I guess I could there's probably a condition I could find that limits that individual item, like all the individual items, from not completing if it's running all the others as well. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like that's the right move to make either. I feel like that's a bit of a band-aid, and that there should be a better structure overall that I could find that would resolve this. Of course, I also would like to make progress at some point too, so that's conflicting sides. Conflicting sides of I really want to solve this problem in the correct manner, and I want to move on and do some other things to this. I also want to redraw these. I want to add a black border to these. The red stitches. I think a black border. Anyway. Yeah. I don't think there's another situation in which I want to remove the selection. I should also probably make a representation of which items need access to the inventory, like the current selected inventory space global that I have. Because if I have that, then I'll also have an idea of what is currently changing the current active inventory space. Or what is reading it. Either what is reading it or what is writing it. Both. I don't know what I just pressed. Okay. Alright. Removing the globally selected object. This is a terrible way to write this. Been watching a video recently. It's like a 13-hour long video of the story of the Bionicles. Because I know most of it, but I don't know. I know like broad strokes of it, but there's a lot of it that I don't know about. And this dude has like a deep dived into everything. So I'm getting the lowdown. There's a lot of like points where he's just like, and then they do this thing and it like never comes up again, or it like it doesn't matter because like somebody got this item and they were told that they need to like they have to have it and they need to go bring it to this place, and then it turns out that they brought it to that place and then like it did something crazy on its own. And then somebody else showed up and they said, oh yeah, I'm the person that actually needs that thing. And then they took it and they left. So why didn't they get it in the first place? I don't know. This has a lot of inconsistencies. This is really funny. good reminder of, oh yeah, this is actually a toy. Alright, removing a selected object. I think there are definitely going to be a lot of overlaps here. An object, as far as I can reason, I still think that an object should be removed from that global when the border goes away. The same time the border goes away, that deselect should be performed, and the global should also be set to null. But are there any situations where that's not the case? I should have done most of this planning before I tried to write an inventory system. Oh, the hubris. Although I guess the inventory system I did write worked. It just didn't... It wasn't very malleable. It was quite rigid. It's still quite rigid. So we remove. You click. Click. Yeah, clicking, actually, on an inventory. Space that is currently active. Currently selected. Let me restart the game. Well, the counter climbs. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna recognize that. Oh, it did. Yeah, nice. Can I do this with this? Oh, can. So that is a logical deselection. Same with this. Same with this. That's a logical deselection. Yeah, okay, I can't think of a different situation, so I think it's all the same. Using an item on an object that cannot use that item. Removing an item from an inventory space. think that works like that. I'm just gonna do EG without parentheses. EG. Using an item on its last object. Using an item on an object that, oh wait, no, using an item with more uses. Or an object that it can be used on. Alright, that's basically the same stuff that I had written over here. I wrote it slightly differently because I found a better way to structure that. Removing an item from an inventory space. This one. And I think that might be the only situation. Oh, it does have another. Using an item on an object that would consume its remaining uses. Consume all of its remaining uses. Okay. I don't think that really helped me determine anything else that I didn't already know, unfortunately. Is there a situation I'm missing? Can I think of anything else? Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to... I want to try taking a look at the things that currently have access to the global variable that holds what the current selected item is. Maybe that will give me some insight. Adds. Oh dearie me. All right. We'll call this global references to global current selected space. I organized that weirdly, but it's fine. Don't I do that to everything? Edits the space. Reads the space. You know what? No, I don't think I want to do a list form of this. Let's go by script, maybe, and make like a chart. We have globals. Which holds current selected inventory space. It does also have a function that allows things to change this. Func set current inventory space. Okay, that's weird looking. Let's get rid of that bottom line, actually. Say args. There we go. Okay, so that's what the function does. That's rather, I guess that's his arguments. I never actually wrote what it did. Although I guess hopefully this is a good enough description for right now for me to recognize what it does. Hello, Sal. I have, I think, made a bit of a mess of an inventory system, so I'm trying to figure out maybe if there is a better way that I can structure it and encapsulate certain aspects of it. Currently, I've got it mostly working, but there are like 1 or 2 hiccups that it has. So I'm thinking if I restructure it. This is day 3 of attempting to figure out a restructuring of this thing, by the way. So it's same game that I did for Godot Wild Jam 74, but I have spruced it up a bit. And I have this yellow border around things that I am attempting to give it the correct sort of functionality that I'm looking for. As well as there is a separate but similarly handled internal variable that gets changed when that border is either on or off. And as far as I can logic, it should always be the same. So whatever I do, I need to keep those things together. I need to have those things both be able to get changed. Different things are going to have to change it, though. The main problem that I have run into recently is that so I have all the things now, and if I do all of this, at the end here, I want it to remove this thread, and it doesn't because of the way that it's structured. It causes a strange order of operations thing where it removes the variable internally for the selected item first, and then it attempts to remove the item out of the inventory. But it can't remove the item out of the inventory because it doesn't have access to that current selected space anymore. It's already removed that. It's already deselected that. So the item remains in that inventory space, but I don't need it to be there anymore. I would like it to go away. So for the most part, it works, but realistically, it's a sign that the structure could probably be improved, because it seems like I have some things doing some things that they shouldn't be able to. I've got a lot of places, as I was like trying to figure out how to fix that, I saw a lot of places where I was like, well, I don't know if this should even be here. Should this really be controlling that? Specifically that variable that holds what the current selected space is. Because right now, the main place that gets changed is in here. The deselection occurs right here. But that also changes a global. However, it gets set up here. And this is the inventory space. This is a space. So each space technically is controlling the deselection of itself through the global. But I think, yeah, so inventory also gets in on the action at some point. And basically tells the current selected space to deselect itself, which then calls the global, which then removes the global's variable, so I'm accessing the variable to tell the variable that it should access its own script to then remove itself. Which it seems like that's a long string of things happening that could be simplified and might make this a little less convoluted. I'm also just like directly setting this here for some reason. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, I see what's happening. This is me removing the item. Now that I think about it, why is this here? Well, I guess more importantly, why is this here? Because an inventory space should be handling its own item. So I should probably make a function inside of the inventory space that I guess this can call. It'll be doing the same thing essentially, but at least the action of changing the held item will be done by the space itself, not by the inventory management script. So it probably should be like this. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's me trying to whittle things down. Optimization of the inventory system, I guess, is technically where I'm at. But it's optimization that I think will also bring about its correct functionality, hopefully. In a simpler form. And then I can hopefully change its structure a little bit even further from there. Because I do have an idea for something with the actual inventory items. Currently they're all like checking other objects in the scene to see if they're done in here in the inventory, but why? So I'm thinking about making the inventory items their own little class that I can keep track of, and then they'll keep track of what they're supposed to have interacted with. Encapsulation. Anyway, currently what I'm attempting to do is draw a diagram of sort of what's interacting with what for this variable specifically. I want to know what edits it and what... I need to know what's allowed to edit it and what is allowed to read from it. Technically everything can access it because it is a global, which might need to be revoked. I'm not sure. I don't know if it needs to be a global. It seems like making it a global is a good idea. But does it need to be a global? If I can get away with it not being a global, and it makes it easier to utilize that way, keeps it on a smaller scope, basically, then I would like to do that. Because I think it would make a lot more sense for the inventory to control the current selected inventory space. Since the inventory already has access to the spaces and the objects, I don't think it should necessarily have access to the objects Individually, at least. But that makes... I think it would make more sense to move this into the inventory. So I'm also trying to see if I can do that. Then I basically cut out the middleman. I don't know how long that's going to be. Let's not box that yet. I'll box it later when I'm done with it. Sorry about that. The sneeze overtakes me. Anyway, at some point today I'll lose brain power again, and I'll probably go play some sort of video game. I keep saying I'm going to get back to Metal Hellsinger, but I'm going to have to relearn the rhythm of that game again. So it's not going to be pretty, but it'll be a good return to form. I really want to finish that game. Oh! Hold on, I actually got tipped off by somebody the other day that there might be a sale on a series I really wanted to play. Let me check that real quick. Ooh, there is a sale happening. It's not a huge sale, but it's a sale nonetheless. It's the Deus Ex series. I've been interested in playing the Deus Ex series. That's still $60, but that's the entire trilogy. It's more than a trilogy, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. That one's DLC. Season pass? What the heck does the season pass give me? It's like cosmetics. Oh wow, the DLC for Mankind Divided sucks apparently. Wow. They implemented it really bad. Oh, I'm not actually showing any of this, sorry. Here's my Steam. Yeah, apparently this whole thing is $60, but they've got Mankind Divided DLC, which does give you new story stuff, but there's also like one-use items. I assume that's Praxis kits, and apparently, yeah, here we go. One-use items, ammo, darts, grenades, blah blah blah. That must be the assault and tactical packs, and will not be available in subsequent playthroughs or other saved games. So it's a one-use item pack that, according to some of the comments, if you uninstall the game and reinstall it at any point in time, these basically go away forever, even if you haven't used them. What a terrible DLC. Who the fuck thought about that? Probably nobody. They probably didn't think about it. That's probably the problem right there. much is this even? $14.99 for this? I could... Would it be cheaper to buy them individually without the season pass? Not quite. $73 without the season pass. I'm notoriously not great at stealth either, so this will be an interesting game. Anyway, but that's something I'm thinking about doing later. So I'll look more into that, I think, at some point. I guess I'm only really gonna play it once, probably, anyway. So if the DLC decides to shit the bed, it's not that big of a deal. Though that is a $14 DLC. It still kind of sucks. I wish I could exclude it and then get an even more discounted game. I might check on GOG and see if they've got some versions, or Humble Bundle. See if they've got some versions of the game that are just inherently cheaper, and then I can skirt around the DLC. Not even have to worry about it. Alright. Inventory space. Where does this access ya boy? We do have funk, emit, button, pressed, signal. Which, interestingly enough, doesn't just do this. Bad name for a function. Does a lot more than that. Actually, does it even still do that? Yeah, okay, it does. It's not called the button pressed signal though, so this whole thing right here I think is just a mess on its own. I might need to look into cleaning that up specifically at some point. Which I think I did clean it up a little bit. I pulled some stuff out of it into their own functions. Because some other things accessed it too. So this is accessed by this. And it checks to see if the self call this a read. I'm gonna not have enough space. Let's change things up again. Set null. Set self. Okay. Not sure about the structure of this diagram. Maybe it'll work out. We'll see. This might just confuse me even further. Long story short, it does do that, though. Actually, I probably need to specify... the deselect. It's not just this. There's a function that I have in here called deselect current inventory space currently. Definitely make a distinction. So this calls that and that. Set null. There we go, okay. Hopefully this will work. Now the inventory itself. I might need to do one of these things also for the border being set to invisible, because there are several locations outside of the inventory space where it is setting the border to be invisible separately from it just like removing something from the global. And part of the reason I tried to do that is because it was there are situations where I was running over spaces that aren't the current selected space in an attempt to deselect them. I'm finally waking up today. Wow. For stream, I chugged half a Monster so that I could get a big burst of caffeine. I also had some tea, along with my big burst of caffeine. Hopefully it doesn't make me fast and tired. So far it seems like it's working. Whoops. Not my desktop, you can see all of my secret files. Such as the codes from Metroid Prime 3 that I never used that are supposed to get you developer commentary on the game. I don't know if anybody would ever put secret files on their desktop. Well, unless they didn't know how computers worked, I guess. Or they just weren't expecting anybody to ever use their computer besides them. Well. Just realized I forgot to go buy rice today. I'm out of rice. It's the first time this has happened in years. Although I guess I technically have rice flour. I could I could make something out of the rice flour. And then I have rice. What if I just make tiny pellets out of the rice flour, which would then just be rice? I don't think that's how that works, but what if it is? What if it were? But what if it didn't? Alright, I know one thing I need to do is I need to make an array of the individual objects in this game. Because I am like individually assigning the same functionality to one of their signals. What a series I really want to play is Mass Effect. Oh god, they're all individually calling that too. Oh no. Okay, so inventory. Oh jeez. Inventory. Also, I have given a function called deselect current inventory space. Oh no. And guess what it does? It calls this function. Oh gosh. So this. There we are. What a terrible this. I hate this loop. Look at this cyclical. Okay, so thing number one that I really don't want to do is this function right here. I think the reason that I have this function, the reason that I made this, it was a band-aid, I think, that just calls this function in whatever the current inventory space is. But it's used as a signal connection for the other objects, because the inventory space, or sorry, the inventory, the whole thing, its script, has a reference to the interactive objects in the scene, which it then grabs them and then assigns or it connects one of their signals, connects this function to one of their signals, which then connects basically the inventory space to all of the what you calls it. So then anytime something from an inventory space interacts with an object, it will then call this, get whatever the current inventory space is, and then say, hey, current inventory space, deselect yourself. And it'll do that. But I really don't like it. Because this also just grabs the global. So I'm grabbing the global here so that I can grab the global here. Cuz it's like this. So this gets referenced by this, which then calls this, which then references the same thing and then sets it to null. What if I gave the inventory spaces each just a Boolean that says whether they're selected or not? And then they don't have to reference the global space. This does keep it pretty well it prevents there from being more than one selected inventory space when it's a global. Oh. Connect the item not used signal of each interactive object. We'll just make that our length of this table. What the spaghetti am I looking at? Okay, yeah, this is something I definitely don't like. Alright, we've also got a function here called remove inventory item. Okay, so that does that. It probably shouldn't, but it does. Also, I just realized, despite the fact that I made this function up here of the same name as this, why didn't I just call it instead? Because I'm pretty sure, doesn't it do that exact same thing that I just wrote in there? Okay, it doesn't check. But it does, in fact, do that exact same thing that I did down here. So that was silly. I honestly feel like the deselection isn't something that I should be putting in here necessarily. It's something that I should be connecting to these. So currently I have them inside of these individual functions, which all have their own sort of thing that they do. But they also have, they contain conditions that might muddy the waters. So why don't I just apply it to the onObjectOpen signal? Currently it's here, which I guess do any of these return early? I don't think they do. This can throw an assert, but if it throws an assert, I mean I've got problems anyway. Which means that I shouldn't be. It should still be making it past that point at some point. So it always makes it down to the bottom of this. So yeah, I could just always run the deselect. Like, I don't even have to do it here. Hey. Maybe I shouldn't do this yet. I know I've been changing some minor things as I go forward, but I should probably finish the diagram. As painful as it is, I should finish the diagram. So, the removal of an inventory item does also reference the global. And then it just directly sets. Oh no, it just references it. It doesn't, I guess that's technically a removal of an item. A removal of an item? Doesn't this have a function for removing an item? I could add a property for that, to be honest. There's a, sorry, here, hold on, let me pull this over here. I've got, how do I make properties? Held. That's not how that works, is it? I know I've got properties somewhere. Where are they? How do they look? They're not funks, are they? Oh, wait, global has one. Hang on. Var. Ooh, okay, I see the structure. I can see the code. Yeah, that'll show it. That was kind of useless. Ay. Jesus. The rope noises. Yeah, it looks like most of the problem that I have is actually inside of inventory itself. Oh, whoops, not system. I was thinking the word system. It's not it. It's visuals. Which for some reason doesn't just update the visuals, it updates the logic too. But the logic also kind of updates the visuals. Oh, that's not gonna work out. It doesn't do that directly, though. It's not being connected directly. But it does... It's basically that. Yeah, that's basically it. So it's included in functions. And for some reason, it has a reference that also runs this up here. Why does it do that? Because I was lazy. I think that's the last reference to the global inside of inventory. I don't think I called a global anywhere else. I tried to simplify things a bit. Well, I do call other things in the global, but I don't specifically reference the current selected inventory space. And I guess technically now it doesn't do that. It's more like this now calls this. Which then calls that. So there is one point of contact for this. But still doesn't entirely make sense to me how I've done this. Wait, I have undo. Let's do that. I want the order of operations here to sort of make sense. Does anything else reference the global directly? Okay, at least that's it. Nothing else is directly referencing the inventory spaces stored in the global. Well, I guess the inventory space, singular. Ba, 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 ba. Nothing else happened. Good. Okay. So I see a few things that are already messed up with this. I mentioned a lot of them along the way. One of the things I don't like is that I have basically like a surrogate function here. This one. I kind of want to just get rid of this whole thing. I don't want that to exist anymore. Because it's kind of stupid. So either that needs to go away, or this needs to go away. And this doesn't need to happen. So that it's more like this gets referenced by here, and then it edits this. God. Some of the chords in these songs sound like a phone vibrating. I keep thinking someone's like texting me or calling me. It doesn't. They don't. Do I even need this in here? What was the reason that I put that in there? Is it accessing it in the inventory space anywhere? This gets called, yeah, this gets called animate button press. Which I guess was, this was partially, I think, what led me to the thought that maybe I could remove the reference to the global entirely. And instead have it be the spaces storing individual references to whether they were selected or not, whether the selection was active. And then the inventory could instead manage which one is actually selected. If one of them is selected, then all of the others are deselected. And it'll perform like a couple for loops. It won't take very much processing power to handle something like that. This isn't that big of a game. Even if it were a larger game, you probably still wouldn't have that many inventory spaces. It'd probably be like maybe 6. How many did Myst have? I think Myst had like maybe 8 max inventory spaces. You held like a book sometimes, 2 books. Again, Myst 3? No, Myst 2. Yeah, when you're going to trap Gen, you get like a journal from Artus. You get a trap book, which you promptly lose. I think you get one more thing. That's about it. 3 inventory spaces. Anyway, speculations upon a future that might never happen. Oh, you know what? Did I ever set my rating back from vulgarity? I can't see shit. I promptly use vulgarity. There we go. I just want to call this select. No, it's not select button. It's Did I not call this on button press for a reason? I can call it toggle selection. I'll call it on button pressed. I think I use on usually did it. I save that for signals though. It's my conundrum with that. On space selected. I mean, I guess the underscore in front of it denotes that it's a function, because I don't do signals with that. Signals are essentially variables. That's really confusing, I think, still. It's bad practice. I don't like that. These are also just minor changes. The problem is that both of these, sorry, I'm sitting at an angle. This and this essentially do the same things. And they both reference this. I think everything gets a reference to that initially. The problem with that is that I do need to know which space this is going to happen in order to call it from here. I could say global. Or I do say global. I say global, get that, and then I just call this with basically the same thing. And that's my way of saying that the inventory is controlling the spaces versus the objects. Let's see what happens if I were to get rid of this. That doesn't exist anymore. So now, this still says read, but it's basically reference. I should change that to reference. It's gonna change in a second anyway. So the idea now would be that I could take the inventory space and I could sort of break it up in a way that the inventory and the inventory spaces are the ones that are managing and controlling and handling which, this is the wrong pencil, which space is actually selected. Wow. So now we're going to have bool. Selected. So then instead of well, I guess we technically could still have this. This is going to be a little bit different though, because instead of actually giving us an inventory space, alright, I'm going to scream. Instead Instead of actually giving us an inventory space, this is just a Boolean, so we have to have already had the inventory space. Let me just clear these. Get rid of them. The shit you're carrying? Get rid of it. So this doesn't get set to null. This is set false. There's no reference here. Otherwise, we use the wrong pencil. Or rather, I guess we use a pencil instead of a pen. There's no references here. None of these. Oh. That's right, I made a different layer. I forgot about that. Okay, so if I have that Boolean of selected, each inventory space, there are 4 of these, they're all managing whether they're selected or not. Maybe that's not the best place to put that. Times 4? Sure. That'll be... It's big enough at least, I can see it. Whoa. So now we've got this not doing anything. This doesn't do anything anymore. This used to connect the item not used signal on each of the interactive objects. so that if we ran into a situation where you used an item that wasn't supposed to be used on that object, it would emit the signal, and this would basically do the same thing as this. The only problem with this setup now is that we don't have a global to grab anymore. Which means we need maybe a property called current selected inventory space. That basically would need to I guess it could loop through. We'd have to loop through these inventory spaces and determine which one had its selected boolean as true. That's how it could do that. Do I like this method better than the global? I don't think so. It's a bit more... It's kind of a bit more private. I like this method. The global's a lot... Rather, the global, like just having the one global variable, makes it so that you know that there's only one selected at a time. Okay. Alternative, what if I, instead of having this, because these are the only two things that are actually using this, I think it makes sense that I could take let's still kill everything here. I still hate this. Edit the right thing. So let's take this. And am I moving the background too? No, I'm not. But I am moving the title, which I don't want to move. So let's move that like that. And this like that, like this. Like that. Like this. this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like that, like that, like this, like this, like this, like that. I always dread getting back into this problem, but I do feel like I'm making progress every time that I approach it, at least. That's nice. Ba 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 ba. I wonder how many plastics I've ingested by chewing on my pen nib. Probably not as many microplastics are already in my body, but you know, might be something to consider. Reducing regardless. Okay, so what if I... Nine, that's the Windows key. No. There you go. Okay. Lift your lid. Might have seen that coming if you lifted your lid. That was weird. Get in there. Okay. So if I add a variable here. Current selected inventory space. Basically just moving it from the globals. I think that would remove 1 degree of separation. And then, instead of having... Whoa, whoops. Instead of having the space go get the global, I can have the inventory feed the value into the space. Or rather, it knows what the space is, so it can call it. Now, I don't know how that's going to work with the inventory space being the thing that selects itself. Because currently, it handles the setting of its own selection, which is something that it can't exactly do. It can't really go back to the inventory unless I give all of the spaces a direct reference to the inventory, which isn't going to happen. Maybe signal? On pressed, they emit a signal, and the inventory has a connection that it can make to the inventory spaces, saying, hey, once you're clicked and you go through all this logic, here's my own logic, pass me yourself and I'll set you as the current inventory space, or I'll deselect you. I do think I like this. I like this. I just don't exactly know how I'm going to get it to work along with everything else. Adding that variable sort of makes sense to me, though. It feels right. I should probably go make food at some point soon. It's getting late. I just realized I've destroyed the only version of this that wasn't. Let's fix that real quick. Oh wait, no, that's not where I wanted. Here, stop. Perfect. Scritchy. Itchy scritchy. Let's get rid of all these old arrowheads. I don't want them.
I don't want to see them. I don't even want to think about them existing. Get them out of here. Leave this place.
Right. Okay, so if I have this inventory holding a new variable for the current selected inventory space, I would need a way to tell an inventory space that or rather, I guess I need a way for the inventory space that has been clicked on to tell the inventory I've been clicked on, here's what's happening. Which kinda sounds like a signal to me, and does follow the signal up protocol. So the inventory space inside of emit button press signal, which I've changed to on button press, I think. So let's adjust this to fit that. I feel like some renaming is in order inside of the inventory space in general. I still don't like the on button press function, because I'm thinking of changing that on selected signal to being on button press again. I think it would be a change. I don't think it would be an addition. Speaking of which, hold on, let me check my... Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Scratchy sounds. This is one thing that I don't understand about Godot and the interaction between it and my tablet, because my tablet is just a touchpad for a mouse. Why does it keep forcing... Why is it forcing the caret to the wrong place? I can select these fine. Like, this is just a mouse. Huh. Strange, isn't it? Yes. Deselection. Removal's a no-brainer, I think. I just if I am to remove, then I grab this and then I say whatever this space's current active item is, it goes away. Easy peasy. That one's not bad. That one does the same thing that it's always done. Currently this would work out where this would go here, and then this would go here, and then this would go here, and then somehow this would affect this. Which is how that shouldn't work. It's not how that should work. Also, this, I didn't like having that anyway. Let me go make... Should I go make that change now? What's my GitHub look like? Pretty sure I pushed a version of this that was already up to date and functional. Yeah, I think I did. Worst case scenario, I can just revert it. Although I did also update the doll. Ooh. There's some things that I changed in here that I didn't intend to cause certain effects. A lot of it was just a little reorganization. Very minor reorganization I think I've done to the script right now. Yeah, you know what? Let's run it and see what happens. Copy. Yeah, okay, everything's fine. Happy doll. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. Let me make a commit real quick then with this. Updated doll to include in progress descriptive text. Reduced some minor clutter. Boosh! Alright, so if I were in inventory. I were to go to the top of inventory and I were to say, inventory, you now have a very important var. Var current selected inventory space. Then I say globals. Getting rid of that. You don't have that anymore. Actually, I might keep this. I might keep that. Transfer that over here. You no longer have this. This is not for you. There should be... I should have a ton of errors right now. Where are they? Why do I have compiler errors? This is weird. I should at least have one in deselect current inventory space because it's attempting to get this. Did I delete the wrong thing? No? Weird. Oh, okay, it does have an error. No, that was from... that's from global. I already cleared that out of global, so it's no error there anymore. I'm confused a little bit there, but I guess we press onwards anyway. I know I did just sort of stop right in the middle of planning it visually, but I think I need a little fresh change of view. I want to veer off and try to look into editing this code-wise, logically. Logical. Digital. Alright, so I have this here now. What about that? If I get rid of you too. I don't really like this. Hey, you know what? Hold on. Let me play the game. It should crash immediately. Okay, good. It really... I guess it just is assuming that I do have it somewhere in there and it just can't detect it. This feels like it should be giving me compiler errors. Let me restart it. I want to see the red text. Huh. Interesting. Oh, well, I did do this. Hang on, let me remove my diagram to do. Oh, we have at least got some space that I can work with. I can't use that. Can't use this right now. I could just delete this whole thing. Try to work from scratch from there. Let me take a look at the diagram, actually. The diagram can at least be an in-progress visualization. So currently I have this, which originally it would grab the global. It would then directly call this, and this was the mediator. This thing's whole purpose was that it was a mediator between being able to grab this at any point in time and the connection to the objects that I don't have visible on here. So it connects this to the objects and has it react when an object changes something about the inventory. When an object performs specific actions because of an interaction with an inventory object, this was what was the mediator to tell the inventory it needed to do something. An object has done something, and in response, you need to do something else. You need to do something specifically to this current inventory space. And here is what you need to do. The inventory space needs to do this. And so the inventory space would do that in response to that individual object performing a specific action. And most of the time it was setting it to null. In this case, I feel like I need to have... So this, I think this needs to be reworked so that inventory, the manager, basically, the management script, or the handler, or whatever it's, however you want to refer to it, is the one that is performing the updates to current selected inventory space. Now that I have framed it this way, it makes sense that it would be the one making these changes. Now an inventory space might be able to, via signals, tell it that it needs to do that. Like, hey, I've I'm no longer the selected inventory space according to certain laws that I have within myself. Or rather, I guess it shouldn't be. And then the inventory space can update it that way. So if I do that... So this could get the current selected inventory space. We want to deselect the current inventory space, which I think I have one called select, so this goes right along with that. Stop. I do one of these just in case, so that way I know that they're connected. There we go, a little cleaner. So we grab the current inventory space and we say that we want to deselect it. So then this basically should do the same thing it was doing before, where this calls this. However, this should also be the one to do this. This shouldn't be handling that. This function should then set this. This one shouldn't have to care about it. So this isn't deselect current inventory space anymore. This should be just deselect space. Guys, ever done a puzzle before? This is a really big one. It's actually kind of a small one, but still. Go get some food started in just a second. So now these two are distinct. They do distinct things, and I'm pretty sure this is basically just going to turn off the visuals, which is set the thing, whatever the border, set border invisible, I think is what it's called, something like that. So that makes sense for that. That's a lot simpler. It's managing itself inside of itself, so it's still updating. We still have the current selected inventory space. It's still handling that. If an inventory space has been clicked, it will need to determine, most likely, whether it has been selected or deselected. But I guess it doesn't have to. So I could actually still implement the, oh, it's tight space there. I could still implement the variable for here that is, what is this doing? Oh, I need to erase that one. I don't actually have the variable for that. So this would be a var. We'll have a var for selected. Just so an inventory space can store individual information about itself. Or maybe I don't even need to do that. Maybe I need to... The inventory space, when it is clicked, originally needed to know if it was already selected in order to know if it was deselected. I could have... It still fires a signal anyway. Should it fire a signal and then the inventory updates whether it's selected or deselected? It could do management like that, but the inventory has to have a way... I guess the inventory would... It could compare the space that emitted the signal with the current selected inventory space and check to see if they're the same. And if they are, then it runs deselect current inventory space. If they are not, then it runs select current inventory space. Or then it runs select inventory space and it passes that inventory space that sent the signal. It then sets current selected inventory space to that inventory space that sent the signal. Which would allow me to not... I wouldn't have to check at that point. I wouldn't have to add an is selected boolean into each of these spaces. It sounds like I'm like piling a lot of functionality into inventory when I do that though. It's already got a ton of functionality that it's working on. I was hoping I could sort of have the space handle some of this itself, but I don't know if I can. The space is basically like it's space. It just holds whatever the item it has in it. It has a few functions in it that it can update the held item with, or it can perform its own visual deselection. I probably need to rewrite these in a manner that is... I need to write them in a more total block form. So instead of this like split separated version, I need to just start over on this. And I need to detail out everything specifically. I don't have to detail out everything that's in inventory, because there's a lot of things in the inventory at the moment. I need to detail out what things are relevant to the spaces and updating everything about them. Their visuals, what's in them, anything like that. Anything that they're going to have that is a signal that connects the spaces to the objects, I need to detail that. Let me first go get some food started. I will be right back. I have returned. I am back. I have food. I can eat. I can fight. I can press the hotkey and not be prepared. I literally just sat down. Literally just sat down. Okay. There. That's that. Wah. Wah. Anyway. Before I got up, the idea that I had was that I was going to, detail out what I needed to put in to the new inventory in terms of functions and variables and properties that I would need to apply. And the way that I started thinking about it, it seems like there's going to be very little functionality in inventory space now. This is gonna be pretty barren. Maybe I should detail some parts of inventory space out first. And of course, I am eating, so I will occasionally be muting myself. Enjoy the silence. And lots of tiny little lines appearing. Occasionally broken by my nasally voice. At least I think that's an object. Inventory indeed. I've decided that I'm going to remove the global, I think, for starters. Which is going to ruin a few things. I don't like the global. This is essentially not a complete restructure of the inventory, but a good chunk of it is going to get restructured. Well, it makes sense, in my opinion, because the only two things that ever used the current selected inventory space variable were the inventory and the inventory spaces. Nothing else used them. So it stands to reason that I should be able to pull it into the inventory class and just have this thing control when this gets changed without having to do this big cyclical garbage that it was doing in the first place. Like, originally, it would get a reference to the current selected inventory space in global. And then in order to run the deselection here, it would then call the deselection function of the exact same name in inventory space, which that was bad naming on my part, first of all. Which would then just reference the same thing again. This was a bad setup. This is awful. And then it would just set this to null. It would then come back here and set it to null. So it was a big circle that goes through like 3 different scripts. Which that sounds really gross. So I decided instead I would like to maybe have the inventory perform all the control mechanisms for it. Inventory space is going to be severely like downsized, I think. I might add some different functions that control it a little better, but inventory I think will be doing most of the calls to that, making inventory even bigger than it already is. Wow. But I think downsizing inventory is mostly going to be related to separating out the objects. Because currently most of what's taking up inventory, I almost said what's taking up inventory space. Currently what's taking up the most lines in the inventory script is references to things that the objects, it's functions and signal connections that are related to the interactive objects. Which are the things that you click on in the scene to use to like either get information about them or use an inventory item on them to try to open them. So I feel like half of that can be removed probably, but I don't know how to do that yet. One problem at a time, you know? And I'm trying to do some preliminary planning before I go into ripping everything out code-wise. Although I have committed recently, so it wouldn't be a terrible idea to just go ripping things out code-wise and start chopping off limbs and see what happens. I could. I like to try to form a plan before going into these kinds of things, though. Yeah, 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 yeah. Boston, 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 Boston. Boston makes me feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good. The reason that I put the inventory up, or sorry, not the interactive objects up here is because they have two signals that will need to be. Inventory will have to put some information into these two signals, I think. I don't know that I can get around that. Oh. This is a big, scary change. But I think it will help get everything into final working order. I hope it will, at least. Maybe to do isn't the right word here, but... Oh, here, you know what? Let me get rid of handle. I think I probably could have just adjusted the old way that it worked ever so slightly to include a, well, ever so slightly. It would be a really big gross condition set, probably. That might work. And that would, I guess, technically be less of an overhaul. But... this feels like a better way of doing the inventory in general. There's a chance that, given the new structure, it could provide an easier way to solve my problems. I just have to cross my fingers and hope. We'll get to some end. Whether it's one that's better than the one I started at, we'll see. Change is inevitable. Oh, wait. Deselect active space on item interaction with object. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. The item off from an inventory space. I guess that's technically a separate piece. Ah! Food. Back to food I go. I don't know whether I'm going to need a sub-function. Originally I had the functionality of what happened when you pressed the collider, when you pressed on the button that is the inventory space. I had a function for that, and that was being applied. That was being connected to the pressed signal internally. And then I think other things outside of the inventory space were also connecting to pressed. Maybe? Oh no, they're connecting to on space selected. I had the function that I had in there for on button pressed was to determine what the difference was between selecting and deselecting. Can I can't have that in here, I don't think. Not in signal form, at least. Because I would need to tell the inventory space whether it's the currently selected space or not. Well, I mean, I guess I have... No, it would be signal up, because if you click on an inventory space, it is the thing that has the collision being done with the cursor and accepting the mouse button. Which means it would have to have a signal. Well, it does have a signal, it's pressed. So inventory would have to attach something to press, I think, that tells it would have to have its conditions to determine whether that inventory space is currently selected or not, and then it would tell inventory space what to do. Unless I can get it to a point where I can just pass inventory space some information, and just using that information it can determine what it needs to do. I could pass it some booleans, I guess. I could pass it the comparator. I guess it's the comparison. Because I currently have this. So maybe I need func on inventory space pressed. Then I have func select and func deselect. It sort of made sense in the first attempt that I did for the spaces to handle themselves. I did kind of like that setup, but I didn't like... I liked the idea of the setup, that the spaces could handle all of their information themselves. but I didn't like the execution of the setup, at least. It wasn't good. something comes to my attention that is the internals of these functions that were part of the problem. I'm not necessarily defining them. These three specifically. Although I guess this one's a little bit more easily definable now, which should help, hopefully. I just hope that this isn't going to cause a problem later. Ideally, I should be able to set requirements in here for when things happen to compensate for these. I guess we'll find out. I think these are the only things I need to care about right now. One day I'll be able to draw straight lines. Oh wait, no, it's signal pressed. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I know why I have an extra whatchamacallit? Shoot. Signal. An extra signal. I forgot the name of it for a second. Anyway, I made an extra signal inside of inventory space because how I handled the space getting pressed was I send the space back to whatever's connected to the signal. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check it. Yeah, signal on space selected. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I have an item going with the signal. Oh, I send what the item is. I don't send the space. Oh. Huh. Even if I did send the new space, like, even if I did return the space, or, I guess pass self through as the argument or whatever, it would... Oh, it is passing self, what? That's not an inventory item at all. What the heck? Huh? How is this allowed? How? What? This is globals.inventory item, but I'm passing it an object. Inventory items an enum. If anything, I should be passing it self.current held item. Why does this work? That should be breaking. It should be this. That's very strange. Okay, but I actually do just need this. So it's not inventory item, this should be object, I think. I don't know if this is technically like a packed object or not, though. I think it's just an object. I don't know if packed object is a thing. Nope. At least not according to the dropdown, anyway. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be eating. I'm just sitting here thinking about what I'm trying to do next. Is this even the right move? I could ask that question a million times over, I guess. Or I could shove some of it in here and hope that it works out. Worst case scenario, I guess I just revert. Okay. I am finished with food. I have eaten. Oh no, this is actually different. This is a connection, but not to that one. How do I check that, though? I don't think this restructure is actually going to help me. Because I'm running into a similar situation now where this function still has to know whether it needs to actually do the removal. It doesn't just do the removal on object opened. Inventory has to know, or there's going to have to be some way to determine whether the object needs to be removed. That will happen presumably inside of remove current inventory item. Spent almost 5 hours Just to say, I still don't know if this is the right decision. Let me take my dishes away. I shall be back in a moment. There we go. Okay. I'm back. Let's try to do some of this implementation, I guess. I don't want this to be named on button pressed, if this is going to be on button pressed. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, that is on space selected. Oh, I only wanted it to emit, I only wanted it to send it south if it was being selected, not if it was being deselected. That's why I did that. I don't know if I need the deselected. Maybe I should also explore the route. of just making that really weird, whatever it's going to be, condition set. Can't check these. I'd have to have a signal. see. You know what? Let's just do one of these. Well, it's just gonna be, I don't know which one was pressed. Pressed doesn't pass anything back to me, does it? So it would have to be once the inventory space has been pressed. It should probably have another signal that it emits that then passes the space back. And since I have a reference to every space inside of the inventory spaces array, then I can find it. Although I don't necessarily need to find it in the array, I just have it because I would pass it back to myself. So pressed isn't going to exactly work. On buttons pressed. You know what? It was called this before and I didn't trust it.
Oh, whoops.
This almost sounds like a groan tube. Except a lot more poppy.
That it is groany.
I'm starting to get to the I want to play video games segment of my night. Wait, do I have this? I do. I have the beginner's guide. I didn't even know I had that.
What do you mean it's not?
Oh. Underscore. Yeah. Okay, I agree with that. Still. I don't think I need this anymore. Considering those don't get called anymore. I don't think those get emitted. No, they don't. Okay, a little less disjointed now. This should be fine to continue doing what it's already doing, since this is basically what it was doing anyway. Just in here. Oh, I got rid of set current inventory space, I think. Okay, that didn't work. Oh. Did actually. Okay, what's it called? Oh, it is called that. Oh, I've got to pass it an item. But I don't, actually. That can just be this now. Da-da, 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 da-da. Oh no. Ah, that's one of the other places I was using the globals. You know? I think I checked everything besides the interactive object script. Okay, well maybe I can keep the global. But I can also keep having moved all this stuff to the inventory instead of it being inside of the space. Oh, I can't undo in this, apparently. Really doesn't like that. Well, I tell you what I can do. There we go. Undo button pressed. Okay, yes. I ended up just moving stuff out of... Well, at least I guess I got my answer on where I think these things need to be. I moved them into the inventory. This shouldn't have any complaints about it. I think I'm right back to square one with some slight organizational differences now. It's at least what it appears to be like. Yeah, right back where I started. I reorganized some things, but my velocity in terms of gameplay has been 0 today. Right back where I started. Wasn't that exciting? I guess I need to try just trying to go around that one edge case. Ugh. I'll do that later, though. I'm demoralized enough tonight, I think. I want to play video game instead.